Testing, testing. Okay, that works. Hello, hello. Hope you can hear me well. Today I've been thinking about the pathing I've been working on this last week, and that I should bring my thoughts into a blog post for me to remember the reason for the pathing and its implications, which I will do later. And I've been looking for stream music, but I couldn't find anything suitable. So I've thought about it, and I have 4 pieces of background music for the game that I've made, and I could just stitch them together to form a piece that's about, well, I'm not sure how much time that would take, but that's a couple of hours long, and the songs are in the wave folder, and they are the bright dot wave, dusky, far, quiet, and warm. So these are 4 pieces of background drones. And let me just check the volume so I don't blow out your ears. Guess that's fine. So this is 1. Well, it's pretty silent. Which is a seamless loop, so I could just stitch this file one after another, repeat it, and it would seamlessly loop. Same for the warm and the others. They sound a bit different. But my idea was I could, let me count real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They are about 3 minutes long, I guess. Or so if I repeat each of them, let's say 4 times, that's 12 minutes times 5. That's 1 hour. And then repeat that. Well, I can just repeat this 10 times for a 10-hour long audio file, which I then can just start at the start of stream and not think about. But I had a problem a couple of streams ago where the FF play loop just stopped after a couple of hours. I'm not quite sure why that happened. Another problem is that I threw away the script that I wrote to crossfade audio files. But I have FFmpeg, and if I look at the FFmpeg filter docs, then there is a crossfade, yes, with examples. Crossfade from one input to another, but without overlapping. That's not what I want. Concatenate multiple inputs with a crossfade between each. That's what I want. And I want a specific curve. Curve types and a fade. I want the don't want triangular. I want a power slope, which is exponential, I guess. I think so. So I'll just copy these files out real quick. Bright, dusky, far, quiet, not room, warm. Oops. I want to copy them, not move them. Okay. So if I just use this concatenation filter, pack, I, bright, dusty, dusky. Hey Andre, how's it going? I looked at background music for the stream and couldn't find anything suitable, so I'm just making it myself. So I have the songs that I made for the game, and now I'm just stringing them together to make a large audio file that I can play in the background. Dusky, far, quiet, warm, and then I need filter, complex, a crossfade, n number of inputs to crossfade. Each input will be concatenated and crossfaded in sequence. Default is 2. Okay, I have 5. And specify the duration. Set the curve for the first. Oh, okay. Get it. What is the default? Okay, C1. Which software did you use for the songs? No software. I used an OP1 synthesizer and an Lyra 8 synthesizer. And I just recorded the output into a field recorder, and well, before that I passed it through an analog effect chain and recorded that into a field recorder. Yeah. So there was no computer involved. Overlap 0. Okay, I want n equals 5. Duration, let's say 10. I hope this is seconds. Okay. Okay, it's seconds by default. Okay. So you're basically an artist too. There's something you can't do. I'm not really an artist. I like the art, yes, but I'm not an artist. Just happens that I know some things about audio engineering. Okay, so I think 10 seconds crossfade is well. I'm not quite sure what I've used last time. Let's make it 20. Or 15. Let's make it 15. Curve 1 is exponential. Curve 2 is exponential. And then I will call this... Well, actually, that's not what I want. I want this, but not right now. First, I want to repeat them. I want the concatenation, concat filter, filter complex. Oh, come on. Why is this so complicated? Okay, I don't want concatenation, I want a repeat. Or loop. Loop. Loop video frames. I don't want to loop video frames. Come on. Filter complex a loop. Look at, okay. Okay, so maybe I can just do a loop equals, what did I say, 5? Did Did it just overwrite the first file? No. What happened? Come on. I just want to loop this, please. What? Stream loop. Maybe Google knows. Stream loop. What is a stream loop? Oh, come on. Filter complex. I don't want MP4. Well, this is all useless. Number of samples to loop not a set. Well then, why don't you just use the whole thing? Okay, it's 2 minutes long. Why are the simple things always those that take the most time? Creating looping audio clip. Again on this side here. size 10. It's not giving me the number of samples, of course. Are you using Streamloop? Not right now. I was just thinking about using the A-loop complex filter, which should work, but I think it needs sample size. So I need to find out how many samples my file is. To show the sample length, you can use the command I. For detailed information, ffprobe. I was looking for ffinfo, but ffprobe is what I need, I think. Still no samples. Protocols filters. What is this? Print advanced tool options. Gathers information. If I is appended. Oh. Wow, this is complicated. Nothing about length. Let me look at the stream loop filter. Oh, Jesus. Leave me alone. ffconcat. What? Oh, that's not built in. Okay, this is also useless. Well, I think it's more for video. ffconcat. Oh, please, I just want to. Dear FFmpeg developers, I just want to loop this audio file. Set the maximum number of samples. Number of samples to loop is not set. I just want the whole thing. I mean, at this point, it would have been simpler for me to write a C program that does it. Create a list. ffmpeg minus f concat. Why do I need a file for that? I thought you could use ffmpeg minus streamloop minus I file. Why is that documentation so strange? Okay, there it is. Main options. Set the number of times input stream shall be looped. I mean, that makes sense. Let's try it. Number 5, bright.wav, and then, okay, I have to put that in front. Oops. Option stream loop cannot be applied to output URL.wav. You are trying to apply an input option to an output file or vice versa. Think it should come first. Oops. Like this. Move the option before the file. Can it be applied to output URL? With this option before the file it belongs, it says. So does it in place? No, it doesn't like that either. Number and then input. At least one output file must be specified. Okay, so then I say, and that it doesnn't like that. FFmpeg is so hard to use somehow. Yeah, I mean, it does everything, so it makes sense that it's complicated to make to use the easy stuff. But yeah, so let's just try this. FFmpeg street loop 3 minus I copy unable to choose an output format for copy. Did I do minus C? Okay, that did something. Oh, that looks good. Wow, that's that's crazy. Why did that work? Thanks. Okay. I mean, let's hope it didn't write garbage and our ears die. Well, that sounds good. Okay, that's one. So let's... Oh god, das key. Okay, so this might be pretty fast then, the rest of it. Far. Quiet. And warm. Okay. So now for this one, I need the looped variants. Apparently you could also use a concat demaxer, but it seems harder. Okay, that's probably the thing that I looked at. But I mean, it just has to work once, so it doesn't matter how we we get it done as just need to get done. So is this what I want? FFmpeg 1 2 3 4 5 crossfade 5 for 15 seconds with exponential curves, and I want this out into stream.wave. Option N not found in a crossfade. Are you kidding me? There's the N. Hello? Inputs also no option. Okay, let's remove it and hope for the best. No, I don't want to override this. What are you doing? Oh, I forgot the... I'm stupid. I forgot the other -I things. Well, they could have just made it easier, but I guess. Okay, still doesn't like the N option. But now it did something. Relevant question. What keyboard do you have? It's just a... It's a ThinkPad style thing. It's called... No idea what it's called. It's a Lenovo ThinkPad keyboard. Nothing special. But why is this only twice as long? It doesn't make sense. That makes no sense at all. Those are nice. I did most of my classes using an old T140p. Yes, I like the ThinkPad keyboards. They're really nice. I also have a laptop here, also a ThinkPad by the side. An old one. It's the X270. Small form factor. But why is this not working as they describe it? It makes no sense. A crossfade. Man. That's just... and no documentation. Demand files. Default is 2. Okay, that makes sense. So it does it twice, but I need it to do 5 times. And why is it not taking the N option? Are you trying to merge multiple files into one? The concat demaxer apparently does that too. Yes, I want to concatenate them, but I also want to crossfade them so that you can't hear the transition from one file into the other. I mean, you can hear it, but it's subdued because the files are crossfaded. And I have the solution right here, but it's different from what they are saying, or I'm too stupid to type it in. So this is a crossfade n equals 5. It's exactly this. Filter complex. Make this bigger. Crossfade n equals 3. Minus I, minus I, minus I, minus I, minus I. Filter complex a crossfade n equals 5. And it says option not found. Okay. Version 8.0.1. And this is doesn't say, of course. Great. Man. It's just sad because FFmpeg is really amazing. For what it can do, but this is horrible. Okay, so let's try it without the other options. Okay, no, it just doesn't like the input option. But I need it to... Okay, well I can do it one by one, which is stupid, but I can't do it. So let's do bright and dusky. Then then use bright dusky and what was the next one? Quiet, maybe. And then I can, come on. Quiet, warm, 1, 2, 3, oh, far, forgotten far. And then warm. Okay, du as h. Okay, that's 600 megs. And that is correct, I believe. Yes. So that's now 1 hour. Let's see if it blows up. Nope. Skipping through. Okay, we're at 3000 seconds, which is 50 minutes. Which sounds good. So let's loop this 10 times, which would make it 6 gigabytes, which is, well, I can then convert it into MP3. Okay, so let's use this concatenation thing again. 2 hours. 15 seconds, I guess. I hope so. An hour. 1 hour. No such filter crossfade. Right? Have I touched this? Okay. 3 hours. That's fair. An S is missing. 2 hours. 4 hours. Okay. 5 hours. Well, I have 2 4 hours now, and then I can just make 8. I want 8. Let's make 5 first. And now let's make 10. With 5 hours and 5 hours. Invalid for .wave. Output file will be broken. What are you talking about? 10. Hello, 10 hours. I mean, it's 5.8 gig, which seems fine. Okay. Let's try converting this into MP3 FFmpeg. FFmpeg 10 hours 10 hours .mp3. Oh wow, this could take a while. I hope this doesn't impact the stream. But it looks fine. Yeah, okay, so this takes a while. Didn't see that coming. But in the meantime, I can go to the website. MP3, that's funny. And look at making a post about the paths. And so this is more for myself than anyone else. It's the justification of the world path as opposed to having a open world game. And I have some notes that I want to type out into a short post. This won't take long. So how should I start this? So what I have is on the one side a more detailed description on how the paths affect gameplay, and then the requirements that they must fulfill to be valuable, then the inspiration and the reason why they are in the game. Maybe I should start with the latter one. So I have here taking a path is a move on a chessboard. The player needs enough information to make such a move. These decisions may best be done in dungeons, as they span multiple patches. Okay, this is actually a discussion for how the player interacts with the paths, which should come at the end. So let's mark this at end. I think I'll start with requirements first. Okay, so maybe I should start with one sentence that says what they are. Pathing in the game is meant to that's not describing what they are. Paths are what the path the player takes. I'm back. Did you succeed? Yes, I'm currently converting it to MP3, which is almost finished. And now I'm writing a quick post about the path stuff that we did the last week, just so I have a marker for myself on why this is in the game. The path the player takes is generated anew each run. This will make making their making each new game unique in this encountered scenery, monsters, and landmarks. Making each game unique. Okay, that's what a path is. Then the requirements for these paths to work. They have to, let me increase that, have to pose new dilemmas and challenges and extend the replayability and greatly playability of the game. it has to make the, what is it? These paths, they must make the player learn and adapt. And create interest by gradually revealing the world and its stories, and create anticipation with uncertain discoveries waiting to be found. To be this time around. Does that make sense? To be found this. Well, I mean, that's enough. Oh, let's just call it randomized. Why not? Randomized paths to work, they have to pose new dilemmas. Let's look at the, okay. du minus h, 10 hours. Oops. Okay, so we went from 6 gigabytes to 600 megabytes, which is pretty good. Now for the test. Okay, you should be able to hear that. Let's open this. I'm sorry. Oh god. What have I done? External Firefox. I wanted to open a new window. Here. Move the 10 hours into and name it stream.mp3. I'll just leave this for now in case I screw up. I can just play stream.mp3 and hide this window. Okay. Let's hope this is really 10 hours long, but I think so. Volume is nice? Okay, perfect. Okay, so these are the requirements. Then why are they in the game? That's not easy to what's the word? Well, it's just everything in this game is in movement, except some faint vision I have, except for that. So it's hard to what am I trying to say? Apart from missing the English vocabulary to say it. I'm not sure if paths are the correct move. What I do know is that making a game that generates stories requires some boundaries on where, what, and where can happen. And I know that permadeath makes things more meaningful, but is awkward. Awkward in an open world. And this is, I think, the main thing. I want the game to have meaning, and permadeath is just perfect for that, because it amplifies everything. And that's just not happening in an open world game. It makes no real sense to me. And that's because you can play open world games with the same character for hundreds of hours, and using permadeath would just artificially curtail that time you have. Permadeath means restart from zero, like Minecraft hardcore. Yeah, that's right. If you die, it's over, and you have to start again. So let's list the I mean, this is not in a readable form. This really more like some thoughts that I had. But let's talk about the heuristics, Upton's heuristics. If I apply them to the pathing feature thing, then I get, of course, these are just the heuristics: choice, I have variety, consequence, uncertainty, and satisfaction. So these are the tests if something is playful. So pathing has choice because there are side paths, there are U-turns, dungeons that are optional, and there are teleports, port rooms that I've not thought through, but they are currently in the game. So variety, I have patches, of course. Then the patch order is different. I have forks. I have different regions. I have dungeons. And I have different cardinal directions that the path can lead. And I have the gameplay elements that are contingent on regions and dungeons, etc. and therefore are varying all the time. So for consequence, I have pathing means players start with a blank slate each time. This blank slate for their character and for the world. Then we have gradual revelation of the complete world, and then we have new situation pools, a new situation pool, which means the situations the player can stumble into are shuffled each run just by the nature of the pathing. So uncertainty, uncertain are if the player makes new discoveries this run, because it's unknown what they've seen before. Then we have stories, may or may not be encountered. Then the applicability of strategies. Which is, let's say, the player always played a wizard. This time it may be that they'll start in a region with no wands, for example. That's just a basic example. But they're basically bullied into not playing a mage character. And then we have satisfaction, which is the usual stuff: surviving patches and dungeons. We have arrival at places. We have calm patches and stories, and we have waymarks I'm not even sure if that's a word. It's not landmarks, it's mark stones, something. Just something to tell the player where they are on the line between start and end. And we have landmarks, actually landmarks. So these are the properties that make the pathing fun. At least that's the idea. And I maybe should bring this into prose. The path the player takes is generated near each run, making each game unique. Encountered scenery, monsters, and landmarks. Making a game that generates stories requires some boundaries on what can happen. Well, there should be more to that. And what? Well, this should be explained. Requires some boundaries on what can happen. Why does it need those boundaries? Well, let's rephrase this and call it making a game that generates stories requires a framework that guides the player teaches the player what can and can't happen. Having them experiment with solutions in a constrained but free space. Allowing them to experiment with solutions. Is that English? Allowing them to experiment. Constrained but free space. The music is nice, gives a subtle ambience without grasping too much of the viewer attention. Thanks. Thank you very much. I've heard it skipping a few minutes ago, so I'm still a bit anxious if this sound file we just made is passable, but we'll see. Game that generates allowing this permanent makes things okay. That's actually a second point. Allowing that's actually not limited to games that generate stories, but every game requires that. So basically what I'm saying here is nothing. Or maybe it's just, well, it's explaining it. A game requires a friend, needs games need a framework that guides the player. What did I teaches that guides the player in what can and can't happen, allowing them to experiment in a constrained but free space. Actually, I think I have to think about this more. Maybe I'll think about this more tomorrow. But this sounds like word salad to me. Yeah, let me put that on the back burner. Do I have a doc folder? Don't think so. Okay. Okay, what else did I have planned? Did I plan? Okay, I checked off the music. Right, blog. Okay. Check for technical debts. Make the paths straighter. Yeah, so the path right now has just one bigger problem, which is that it spirals too often. I'm following it right now. This is actually not bad. Okay, it goes down here. And I have problems following it. Oh, okay. Yeah, so basically I need to have some kind of straightening mechanism, maybe a pathfinding A star type of thing that forces the path to go across the map and not stick around where it is. It forces it to move around and become straighter. Now the question is this something I need to do now? Because the alternative is that I implement features, specifically the perils, which are challenges for the player, and that may be more productive. The other thing is the branching paths. But which also seems kind of early. They are not essential. Maybe essential for a good game, but not essential for a game. So, but then the features and perils, fighting monsters, that is essential. So I think I might start with that. All right, I'll take a short break. Think about this, and then we'll start programming. Okay. I think, yeah, nothing speaks against starting with the features, because, I mean, problems will show up. And we'll decide when that happens how to continue. It's raining subtle here. Do you plan on adding environmental things like weather later on? Yes. I have rain in the game. A crude rain. Which maybe still works. That's always the question. I think so. So I have particles, and particles are just, rain is just particles, but I guess it's not working right now. Yeah. I've screwed something up. So yeah, basically rain right now is just particles falling into the screen. But I would like to add things like maybe a pseudo fog, a transparent layer of tiles that disappears as you move through them, and yeah, more atmospheric things like that, for sure. So let's look at the list of features. Perils, and let's pick an easy one. So Thief Bounty Hunters is involved. Making monsters, exploding pot plant. So this toppling here, meaning sweeping someone from their feet, that's pretty essential. And I could look at the code. So this is the damage calculation function. And let me just grab for toppling. So a weakened player or monster may be toppled, which makes you defenseless against attacks. What is it? Context is, I guess, 3. Nope. Trailing contact M. Nope. A after context. B, C. Okay, it's a large C. Almost correct. Okay. Poisonous nettle causing the hero to topple periodically. Okay. Blocking with a shield makes immune against most attacks, but susceptible to being toppled. So it's like a flag. A flag on the player, that means they are susceptible. Chance of being enemies. Enemies that have their stamina depleted are weakened and will topple if hit. So it's weakness. It's a flag. That means you are maybe toppled on the next hit. So maybe I'll implement that. And visualizing being toppled could be easily done with just turning the sprite around so that it is upside down for the moment at least. Praying enemies. Okay, toppling also stops incantations. Enemies that have, okay. A toppled enemy will try to get up again. Okay, so let's write that down. Weakness makes susceptible to... Well, I can just write this down in the game. It's maybe easier to reference. And I'll do that in the attack, defense, or damage. Signal. Okay, flags are set here, so let's do it here. Toppling. Weakness makes a entity susceptible to being toppled. Being toppled removes all defenses, and I mean, it could just make it so strikes are always critical. Let's just do that. And strikes to always crit. getting up from a topple takes a number of turns. Eats up a number of turns. I think that's basically it. Poisons and other effects may induce weakness. Poison, weather, and other things may induce weakness. Topples may be directly caused by kicks without the weakness. Do I need the weakness? I mean, a poison can just topple you periodically, as can cold. So yeah, weakness is superfluous. Poison, weather, and other things may induce a topple. Kicks. Poison, weather, other things may induce a topple, may cause a topple. So let's do it in the order of action. This may cause it. This happens when you get toppled, and this is how you get out of it. Okay, but it's not much fun to implement just a mechanic and have nothing produce it in the game. So let's choose one of these. Poisonous nettle. I mean, that sounds easy enough. Poisonous nettle. Was it 36? Yes. Do I mark it like this? Or here? What the numbers mean? Random? These at the front, they are the index number of the feature. So this file is just an index which I made. The actual description of the feature is in the 36.feature. This one, poisonous nettle, causing the hero to topple periodically, making them vulnerable to instant death attacks, reducing hunger and fatigue, causing the same symptoms. Poison lasts a dozen turns or so, may induce auditory hallucinations. So this is actually pretty involved, this poisonous nettle, but I think it's a good one to start with. And then I can just add done or something. Maybe up there. Something like that. Let me just check something. Okay. So 36 sounds like a good place to start. So we need the object, poisonous nettle. We need the toppling poison effect. We need the toppled flag and timeout. Split that. Toppled timeout, yes. I think that's what I called it. Making them vulnerable. Toppled damage amplification. Reducing hunger and fatigue. Susceptibility to periodical topple. Reducing hunger. And I don't think I have fatigue. I'm not sure about fatigue. Let's leave that out. But causing the same symptoms. Okay, I think that just means that hunger could also make you topple periodically. Then being poisoned and hungry would make you topple more often. Maybe, not sure. Poison lasted doesn't turn also. Okay. Fading out if no. What do I call it? Remove after. Let's make it 20 turns. Auditory hallucinations. Toppling poison effect. Toppling. Flag timer damage amplification. That sounds good. Okay. I have. Let's just look at the game. At the plants. So I have grass here. And nettles look basically just like that. But how can I visualize them better? Oh god, this is so pink. There we are. Let's just modify this. I mean, it might be enough. I'm not sure how I can make this more menacing. These amounts of pixels. But a hook shape is maybe good. Maybe by changing the color. Oops. Do something. Yeah, like a violet or deep blue, purple or magenta. Another color seems better, maybe another shade of green. Oh yeah, you're right, I could just leave them as is and change the color. I think otherwise it would be too easy to avoid. That's actually true. But I I think the nettles are more about staying clear of them. They're not traps. But I would want other features that make them more dangerous. For example, a goblin that can grow these, or have a row of nettles and a treasure chest behind, so the player can decide, okay, do I walk through them or what do I do? Or the player can also chop them down, so I can, okay, not these ones apparently. I think I haven't added an HP to them. What are they anyway? Hide grass. So you could chop yourself a path through a field of nettles, but one wrong step and you poisoned yourself. So I don't think they need to be inconspicuous for now, at least. I mean, you can always change that later. But for working on them, it's also easier if they're easily recognizable. So I'll just add the color 20 for now. And this hide grass, let's give this a, oh wow, so many objects already. So the health points, let's give this grass some health so I can cut it down. And the nettles also, I might just put them here. The color is magenta 0. Call this nettles for now. It's an element, it's not hide. This is code I haven't looked at in quite a while. Hedge, prop, deco. HP3, color, this is the rendering type, which makes it wavy, and is it an obstacle? No, you can walk into them. Ooh, okay. How does the player walk into them? Do they get destroyed and the player poisoned? Or do they not get destroyed? The player gets poisoned. I think it's better if they disappear when the player walks into them. I think they could be destroyed only if the player cuts them. Yes, so the player can cut them before they step on their tile and not get poisoned. But if they step on the tile before cutting them beforehand, because that brings up a good point. So where am I? Right now the input scheme is that I have to, so I'm using the D-pad or the control stick and nothing happens. So I have to hold the direction and then press X to walk. So that means I can walk up and point into a direction and then chop at it. No, so suggestions are fine. I'm just thinking it all through. And of course, I'm not sure what the correct answer is. I'm only pretty sure that it will change. So there's also grass where you can hide in, like this. But there are bushes that you can't hide in. So that complicates things a bit. Okay, I think it's just... Okay, why can't I? Let me check if I can make them destroyable. 111, this makes sense. I need 808. 608. So now I've added health points. Oh, I can, and then I can destroy them with a weird graphical bug. Okay, because they are still tagged with hiding. Which is something I should fix right now. Oh, the music stopped. And then it begins again. I mean, okay. Looks like I have to look at the crossfading, but not today. Okay. So in object.c, in core.c, object.c, sign.c, return hide, tile.c. Okay, tile.c is not interesting. Sign options, no play. Okay. Sign.c. Ground dead is 0. So actually, if I look into hide in bush, the entity is hidden. We'll drive home, be right back. Alright, have a good journey. So if the entity is hidden, if the entity on its ground is not null and the ground is not dead and its role is hiding, well then why is the element not dead? Or is it just not reset? Object. Oh, this is really hard to read. Ladder, ledge, hide. Okay, check if foe is hidden. It's not what I want. Render only ground if inside a bush. Oh, there's no check here. But why is this render entities and this again update entities? So I can just pull the hidden flag here, no? Oh, there's the dead check here. And the only ground, oh, it's the inverse. This is rendering the ground. If the entity that is about to be rendered is hidden and its ground is worthy of being rendered, then render it. But the hidden flag is contingent on whether the ground is dead or not. So let's just if else this. to test it. Render only ground if inside bush. Okay, I mean, render, and if it has a render type. Okay. If the entity, this has to be ground, no? Well, I have to check all of this. Can I rely on this? No. Can absolutely not. So, if ground is not null and it's of type hide, and it has a render type, then render it. Okay. Problem solved. Make dead hide elements not render on top of entities object.c. Okay, nettle. So this nettles, how many nettles do I have? I already have nettles. Oh, this is prop, I think. Nettles. Let's call this dry grass. No? Reeds. Yes. Okay, this is dry grass. Then I have the nettles. Let me just lower the brightness of my monitor so I don't go blind. Okay. 3 health points. VA was not sure, but this is enough to place them here. With some nice sea fighting. Which I'm not sure. Oh, here too. What happened? What did I change? Well. Anyways. Surely that will fix itself. So then I have, let's look at these signals. Hide a signal handler, step. Wait. Okay, this is an internal function, that makes sense. Wait, is this executes signal response to signal S. Okay, so this is just the responder. And when a hole, I don't want a hole, hide. When a hide entity receives a step signal handler. Okay, let's move. Let's check here for the step signal, not found. Yeah, I think step navigation signal. Okay, it's in nav.c, and in the movement of entity interaction, the normal movement. Hopefully that's what it means. Try to move with either of these options. Ledge move, ladder move, okay, porch move. That's a normal move. So, okay, this is it. If the entity stepped on something, it signals a step signal to the entity. Got it. Okay. So we can hijack this for the nettle. And poison everything that walks on top of it. But how do I... Is this allowed? Am I allowed to switch on the entity type in these handlers? Am I doing this somewhere? Yes, I am. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's just take these. Okay, it starts to shake if someone steps on it, but if we're a nettle, oh god, which is 608, then we poison the person that stepped on top of us. and that person is that entity is hopefully in the signal struct. Of course not, but the position of the sender is there, which is even better because it's more safe. So struct entity if E equals entity at signal dot position dot x and E dot L. If it's null, we just break. If it's not null, we need another name. What do I call it here? Officially ET, okay. Why not? ET, ET, and then we set monster.c apply damage, and we apply the question is this, what kind of poison is this? And so I have damaging poison, but this nettle poison is different. So it's more like a debuff. And these tranquilize, paralyze, poison are all debuffs. So I could just add another one at the end, but that means I have to change the damage function call all over the place, I presume. It would be, oh god, yes. And if I have to change it anyways everywhere, I can just make it more versatile. Oh no. Or I break out this. Yeah, why is this in here in the first place? Okay, sometimes I question my variable names, but that's fine. I have documented them. Green overlay timer, okay. I mean, an underscore would have been nice there. So yeah, how do I approach this? I mean, yeah, I can just add another int until it becomes too many. And this is the poison timer on the entity. This one. So I could make it an array, but then I need enums, which sucks. And just adding another char, which maybe should be a short, is much easier. So I should break this out into a maybe poi function and a tranquilize function and a paradise function. But what is this? Visuals. Okay, I mean that's exactly that. There's no cross effects. I think there's no reason why this should be in the same function. Splat. Yeah, I think the splat is also not working. Yeah, so this can just be 3 different functions. And then I can even and dx. I mean, this is rolling a 20-sided dice, I guess. I can move that out into the function. And then I have a toppling function, maybe. Not sure. I'll make a coffee real quick. Be right back. So I think I've just thought it over and this looks good. So let's actually name it weakness. Attack. Oh, okay. That's why. Well, no, that doesn't make sense. Entity attack. So there's a bit field here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's of course complete. So I'll have to. Well, I think it does it by itself. Let's just better make this pad weeks. Has weakness inducing attacks. Not sure why I'm doing this. Actually, let's not do this. This is planning for something that is not in use right now. Just the weakness timer. And this function needs to be changed. Damage. Or let's just look where it's called. In many places. But the important ones are in the signal and monster. Okay, let's just change the global definition of it. So the compiler will point out where the errors are, and I will need these functions here. Poison. Let's look again which ones I need. Damage. I need all of them. Yes, I need all of them. The existing ones at least, and the weakness function. And it takes a number of turns and chance. Dice. And I'm sure I have a name for that somewhere. But not here. Let's just name it the dice chance. Yeah. And nt, well, maybe return an integer to save if the poisoning worked or not. That's not that much more work. And let's say oh, I need the entity too. Applies poison debuff to E for NT turns if dx tranquilizer paralyzer weakness. Okay. If dx equals 0, I guess, else return 0. Okay, and then we have the tranquilizer code. Yep. Paralyzed code. And the poisoning code. NT. Okay, that looks good. And we can just borrow this for the weakness. Weakness timer is NT is weakened. Done. So I have to remember that it was 20. And now let's look at the assignments. Oh, no, at the damage. Oh, let's look at this first. Red. Who? I mean, this is fine. Flash the screen red if there's no poison, else flash the screen red. NT is greater than 0. I mean, that really doesn't make sense, but But yeah, I'll have to test that. Okay, a green screen for poison and tranquilizer, and yeah, I think. Do I have blue? Yes, I have blue. So make this red, weakness blue. Tranquilizer, maybe also blue. Yeah, sleepiness, weakness, and paralyzation, and maybe this should be, well, paralyzation should be green. Okay, so I have the colors. Show value, takes damage. Okay, that's it. Now let's repair the damage function. Defending entity. Attack, tranquilize. 20. Paralyze. Poison. Why is it P? R-A. T. Oh, because it spells part. Well, that's just bad. Okay, and T. Poison time. That works, I hope. So let's look at the other damage calls. 999. What is this? A value? Okay, that's instant kill. This is Splotcher. Okay, I can just remove this. That's easy. And that's it. Let's look at the other files. Core. Also easy, just remove this. Same here. And that's it. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's stupid. PoE defined but not used. Are you kidding me? Oh. Makes sense. So DX has to be renamed. let's just name it D. And it's correct when it says that the weakness is not used. So let's just comment it out for now. And still some DX laying around. Okay, and we're back to damage functions. In the signal file. And this is easy, just discard them. Also easy. And this adds a poison. E520. So I don't need this damage function. And this is paralyze. $320. This is correct. That's also correct. Haven't exported these. Monsters. Poison, tranquilize, paralyze, weakness. I mean, I don't need that. Too many arguments. What is happening? There's a missing brace somewhere, I guess. As compatible type SPX. So I think I've messed up the signal struct P. Nope. Okay, I messed up the entity add function. Oh, it takes a vector, of course. Which is stupid. Because the tile add function takes 2 ints, no 3 ints. Which is much more sensible. Okay, entity add. That's not what I screwed up. This is not the right file. This is what I've screwed up. Okay. Expected. Wait, it doesn't like 2 breaks? Oh, no, that's missing. Okay. Let's do a clean build. And it works. So now for the actual code. Weak, ET 20 20, 20. No, this is not. This is 1 in 2. Or I would say. So walking into a nettle poisons you, weakens you 50% of the time. Yes, I think so. Yes, yes, it is. I was thinking about off by 1 errors, if it's a 1 or a 2, but I think it's a 2. So monster, I have to export this function now. And maybe this works. Okay, let's walk into a nettle. Nettles is weakened. I mean, that doesn't make much sense. It's pretty funny, but it's actually not what I wanted. SP. Origin sender's position. I mean, this is... Why is this wrong? Are you kidding me? Oh, of course. How does this work? I mean, the position is correct, but because the nettle is on the same position as the player, it has problems figuring out who needs to be weakened. But why does this function return, this entity had return the nettle? Because the nettle is on the ground. I mean, it just simply returns what's there. That's weird. That's actually weird. Do I insert the player to the ground of the nettle? That would be really stupid. What is happening? Why does it take so long? Oh, Jesus. Okay, let me just remove these guys here. They're getting on my nerves. Okay. So 1 is not working. But why? If it's 0, if it's 1, return it. Ugh. Ugh. So I'm just asking the wrong question. Equal 1 to 1, because wow, that's a stupid way to make a function. But yeah, I mean, if you have a dice rolling function, you expect it to return the roll and not if it hit it or not. I'm back. Do we have poison already? Yes, but it's poisoning itself. The nettle is right now poisoning itself. I'm trying to figure out why. Because it doesn't make much sense. Entity add. I like the color choice. It looks kind of pretty, yeah. Entity add P. Hero only. So it's actually not. So this is wrong. It's the it's the sender's position. I'm just not understanding it correctly. Either way, this should work. Yes, hero is weakened. Alright, so we are poisoned. Let me check if there's the... there's no counter. Chance to resist further debuff. So let's make this E, because I want a message that says the hero feels better or something like that when the debuff goes away. So if tranquilizer is greater than 0, these are just the other debuffs that are in the game. If dx20 equal to 1, or what is this? E tier 2 equals to dx20. Okay, if I roll a 20-sided dice, if it's 1, if I won the 20-sided dice, then the entity is no longer tranquilized, but else it subtracts 1 from the tranquilization and limits it to 0, so it doesn't go negative. So this line does a whole lot. And if E qt equals 0, then give me a Message. Log. What did I call it? Is put message. Feels better. Wakes up. Yes. Okay, let's just repeat that for the others. 2, 3, 4, 5. Paralyze moves again. Begins to move. And poison. Well, feels better. And then for the weakness, gains strength, recovers. Yeah, something like that. Indicators. Something maybe, but they're not showing up anyways. So hopefully I get a hero recovers. Okay. There's no screen flashing. Actually, that could be a Linux problem. Or I mean, a problem specific to Linux. Or it's just me being careless. Let's just do a quick grab. Green timer. Wait, it's not used. If I deleted this word, oops. I mean, it's all in core, so let's look there. Update world. Okay. So the red screen timer, blue screen timer, green screen timer get reduced here, and there it is. Oh, it's commented out, of course. Still not working. Are full. Do I not set this timer? I set the blue timer. Which is magenta, okay. C.A power. Okay. I mean, this should work. Let's look at the rendering code. Okay. C is RGBA. It uses an orthogonal shader. Huh. Let's try setting this to the alpha to 1. Nope. Those are always the weird regressions that show up with no indication of what's wrong. Oops. S or okay, the only weird thing here is the initialized matrix. Doesn't it do this here too? Here, identity matrix for the view. Okay, all I've done is I've killed all the text on screen. So this presumably was correct. Why is this broken? Powerful. Let's just core.c. Let's just blast it. Not showing up. Rendering stat. I'm not rendering it. Oh man, okay. It all makes sense. So maybe just hide this part. Well, why even hide this part? Okay, so in the end it was just commented out. And it works. But what I really wanted is for this to happen every other time. So you could walk through one, but the chance of you getting stung is very high. That makes it more interesting. And this green, blue timer, magenta 1. So it's kind of weird how these colors are multiplied, but that's for later. Okay, let's go back to the main core. Yes, so let's look at the affliction function. And I don't like this at all. But, well, just how this looks. It's really, really noisy. But I think that's fine. Can I put this into a function? Do I want to put this into a function? Maybe later. Okay, so what I want is the hero to topple. So if dx, let's say a 1 in 8 chance or something, then the hero topples. In combat, nap timer chart, topple timer. That's better. And he's toppled for 5 turns for now. I think that's okay. I mean, I have this nap timer. Which also prevents the hero from doing anything. Maybe I should reuse that. I'm not sure. Okay, poison damage. This nap timer. Incapacitated. Okay, or the players toppled. Or the entity. This affects all entities. If afflicted, return 1. Incapacitated. What is this? Okay. Makes sense. That's fine. So now I want this okay. Okay, crashing on me. Yeah. Oh no, this looks completely unrelated. What is going on? What? This is in core 532. The entity is hidden if the entity's ground is not null and it's not dead. And it has the role, its ground has the role hide. Why is this crashing? And I know I've touched this. Or have I? Okay, I bet this is just another recompilation thing. Yes. Oh my god. That's so stupid. Okay. Thankfully okay, the hero. Oh yeah, I need oh wow, why I am hard stuck now. What was I saying? Yeah, thankfully I recompiled. So this can go. Will the hero rotate later on? I'm not sure what you mean by rotate. Core. I want to see the debuffs. Where are the R-stats? Debuffs. Weak. Time. Weak. Time. 19. Okay. His head. I guess I'm thinking of him as an arrow. Ah, okay. Actually, it's more like I removed the feet, but actually, oops. Actually, it should look more like this. Which I guess I will switch to again. So it's an icon for a person. Looks nicer like that. Yeah, I changed it to the one without feet because it's more abstract And you can't, for example, you can't represent female characters like this. They all look male, which is a bit odd, but I mean, I'll have to see. But yeah, you're right, it looks better. And I can also just change that. Let me use a clean copy and then save that. And then, yeah. Okay. So I should top T. Toppled. Topple, and topple does not reduce. Which is weird. But makes sense, I guess. 2, 3. Okay, let's break this out into another function. This is just too noisy for me. Decrease affliction in star time int chance decrements tm, so I don't need a pointer here. Affliction t by 1 clears it if dxd. So if t is greater than 1, then t is t minus 1 turn t and then I can make decrement affliction e tranquilized time is decrement affliction, and if is 0, then this. That's much better. How do you know if you need a pointer or if it's okay to just pass the value? The basic rule is always use values, never use pointers. Only use pointers if you cannot otherwise do it. For example, if you have to return 2 values from a function, that's a good way. That's a problem to solve with pointers. And here the affliction function takes an entity pointer, which I do because the entity struct is just so large. So, and because I want to alter the values of the entity struct. So if I pass this by value, then I couldn't change anything in it. Then it's a read only, basically. But if I pass the pointer, I can change any value I want. But the main reason is because of, yeah, it's because the main reason is because I want to change the values, and the second reason is because the struct entity is so large, and that would, yeah, maybe cause problems on the stack and be just slow, really slow. But the pointer itself is just 8 bytes, but the entity struct is maybe 200 or something like that, or more. That's the reason, yeah. Decrement affliction, and let's just wakes up. Pratt begins moving. That's much better. Feels better. Got it. I didn't know about this rule, but it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it depends on a lot of things, but that's a basic rule. I'm sorry, because the less pointers you have, the less you can make your computer explode. So you shouldn't use them everywhere. Point weak time recovers, and then okay, that's the toppling. If E, oh, that's stupid. If E weak time greater than 0 and 1 in 8 chance, then the hero topples. If topple time stands up. Okay, this decrement is, I think it was 20 before. Just the chance to resist 1 in 20 and you'll be relieved immediately from the debuff. Unused parameter D. Okay, thanks. Why I'm assigning this? That's stupid. So maybe now I'm toppled and I can fight against it, but what was that with my weakness? It goes, okay, it goes away randomly, that's fine. Didn't topple me here. Didn't topple me here. Hello? Okay, that looks like a bug. Oh, here I am. That's weird. 1 in 8 seems awfully high. So let's do 1 in 4 maybe. And let's push these up to 40. Maybe they should actually be, they should actually not be there at all. And let's make this RI 5 to 3 to 8 maybe. So a random value. Okay. if e top t 0. So let's only decrement the weakness debuff when we're not toppled. Okay, that works. And this should actually be a function call. We're almost done. I only need to add the reverse sprite topple entity. Is toppled over. Is this correct? I think so. Okay. And then we can call this here top e entity duration, and was it chance of affliction is 1. Okay, that means I can just put this over here. Nice. Okay. Object render entity. I need to oh no. I'll need to rotate the sprite. Can I scale it? Don't think so. I mean, I can just pass in float RZ, and it's RZ for M, I guess. I think so. And take to red degree 2 red, 2 red, 2 red, 2 red. There it is. 2 red RZ Oops. Okay, that's a rotation in the along the z-axis, which points into the screen. So that should work, and it's from degrees, so I can put in, maybe I should put this outside the function. Yes. No. Yes, no. Not sure. Let's, okay, and I have to rotate, scale, translate. I think that's the correct order. Yes. Here too. Z. And here. Scale, rotate, translate. Yes. Scale, rotate, translate. Float, RSC. Okay, now I'll have to plug this in here. RC is equal to 0. RZ is equal, RZ is float first of all. RZ is if entity tuple time is greater than, no if here, greater than 0. Then it's 90, it's 180, else it's 0. And it goes right here, right here, right here, and here. Come on, let's see, and here, 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 and that's only the game. I do have another thing for the editor, which renders symbols, not real entities, because they don't exist in the editor. Are sims and are sim. Oh, and they can't be toppled in the game, so that's, never mind. No entities, no toppling. Okay, so go back to the objects and let's see what I've broken. Conflicting types. Okay, didn't really realize they were exported. Why are they exported? They are used in the tile thing. Functions, objects. Here we are. Float. Oops. Okay. There they are. That's all 0. Oops. Oh man. I guess. I still see things on the screen. That's very good. After screwing with the rendering. And maybe it doesn't. Great. It doesn't turn the sprite around. Why, oh why? All this for nothing. Is this the correct axis? Am I... Let's look at the rendering code first. RZ is if e tuple time is greater than 0, it's 180. Else it's 0. Can't possibly be 90, but let's just see what happens. Oh, let me get out. Nothing happens. What is happening? Again, one of these mysteries. RC. Is it always 0? Nope. It takes red, yes, that's good. It takes my matrix. Does some stuff, some matrix stuff. B0s. Okay, the working matrix. I mean, I've used it here. Oh, I have to assign it. Oh no. That's embarrassing. I think I saw it. Oh, yes. But that's... Well, it's a start. Why... Why does it translate it? Do I have to do this before the scaling? That doesn't make much sense. Hello? Same result. Okay, so we have the turning of sprites upside down, but there's an issue with the I mean, it makes sense. The origin of the sprite is the top left. Or is it? Wait, it can't be. It is... I mean, it's in the center, but it's offset. Is it because I only render... Oh my god. I only render the top leftmost part of each sprite, leaving a border on the bottom and the left, which... But then why is it? No, I think this is actually correct. Because I have this offset to move the sprites into the center of the tiles, which is half a pixel. And add to that another pixel of invisible border. So I should not add this offset when rotating. Oh man. I'll take a short break. Be right back. Okay. Okay, so I have a solution, but it's not pretty. It will, I mean, it's easily done, but it will cause a hit on performance by introducing more matrix multiplications. So first of all, a branch is even more hit. An even greater hit on performance, so I shouldn't if clause this Z rotation, but how I can solve this is by translating. Oh god, I think it's not as easy as I thought. By translating this in the opposite direction of the border, p.x, so it's minus the border and let's test that on face sprite. Okay, that's a much greater translation than I thought. So I guess it's only this. Still giant. Okay. Let's make the rotation permanent. And then, well, okay. I think this is at least the way to the solution, but I haven't thought it through. So I have to scale beforehand. R rect. Let's look at the quad rendering. And this is centered. Is it centered? Yes. So it's minus a half. Okay, so it is centered. But of course, not really. Because there's a border. Well, I still think this is correct. Now, what is the right order of things? Let me remove the border. It's just 1 pixel. Yes, okay. So if I rotate this, I still have an error. And I don't think this is... man. The correct solution would be to shrink the quad. But... not sure if I want to do that. Why is it... Oh yeah, that's right. This is the pixel width in world space, and the texture is twice as large as it seems. So this is actually the border, PWX and PWY. So I can check if it's rotated and just apply the opposite translation. If I break this out, does it still work? Yes. Plus a half. So I can put an if statement here. That would probably solve it. Maybe like this. Okay, this works. And this works. And I only have to flip the face sprite. Okay, let's just leave it at that. I think that's okay. Okay, good. That's solved. I don't need the RZ here. I don't need it here. GN EDB. Let's clean that up and look at the other to-dos for the poison nettles. All right, this works. Okay, I have the object, periodical tuple, reducing hunger, move after 20 turns, auditory is on toppling flag, timeout. Okay, I need to reduce hunger. That's in core. And situation. Hero. If E equals hero, dot situation minus equals 20, don't know, equals max is at plus 20 0. Oh, and let's make it 10. Oh, that's actually false. This needs to go into this function. Is that right? Yes. Reduce hunger. It sets the weak time. Okay. But let's just do this on the first instance of being weakened, which is E time 0. And I don't need this. Oh, well, I need this, yes. And if hero equals If the entity is the hero entity, then do this. Yes, okay. Then damage amplification. Damage critical. Decide if attack crits. If constructs a melee attack of E onto PD. Okay, I can't decide this here, but I can do it here. CRM. Resolve attack. Okay. Why is this? Dodging, invincibility, missing, calculate final damage. So I haven't implemented any crit modifiers. Oh, yes I do. Okay, it's times just a multiplier. So if defending entity topple timer is greater than 0, then increase the decrit of the attacker. And dodges. And I can decrease the defense rating set it to 0. Penalize toppled defenders. More crit, less damage, no defense, no blocking, and crit on for the attacker. Feels better. Okay, I have decreased the satiation. which is stupid. Okay. Hero feels better and then falls over. That doesn't make much sense. Decrement. Poison timer. Ugh, okay. I have to test this. I hope this still works, but it should. E top T equals 0, no, greater than 0. There will be armor and shields, I presume. Yes. They are kind of already in the game. Hero recovers. Okay, that's... It's actually funny. Falling over. So yeah, all the crates in the game are randomly filled right now with stuff. No armor here, sadly. But I'm not sure how I'll implement blocking. But it would be cool, I guess, to have a adjacent to turn-based combat games where you can spend a turn defending, that you can, when you have a shield, you press one of the buttons, which will then block for one turn, which will make you take less damage when you're attacked, but also spend the turn. So no movement, no healing or other things. I think that's a fun mechanic, or could be. Okay, so I think these nettles are pretty fun, but what would make them even more fun is if there are enemies that can throw you into them with some kind of pushback. And I think I have pushback implemented, so that would be fun. Or you pushing enemies into the nettles, which can of course also work. So what I have left is, and don't worry about this sea fighting you see there, the character poking through the blackness. I'll fix that, it's not a problem. What I've left are the auditory hallucinations. And I mean, I can just write a bunch of them. But it would be more like... Okay, this should be here. Hallucinate or something. And that would go here. Well, maybe not exactly here. Here. How do I want to move this? Yeah, well, static char, hallucinations table. Oh, that's stupid. No max. So I will turn from the auditory hallucination table. Maybe I just call it hallucination table. Well, the question is, what can I do with just text? Actually, this table is stupid. I should return a hallucination depending on the player and the environment. So what is something easy that I can extend later on? Well, I can check the tile that the player is standing on pretty easily. So I can detect, first of all, I can detect dungeon or overworld or dungeon or interior. I can detect field or forest or mud, earth. I can detect in hiding under a bush, for example. I can easily debuffs, that is hungry, poisoned, low health, but health in general. I can last killed monster. That sounds fun. I would have to track this, but that's pretty easy. I can check the, oops, let me hear, okay. Can check the time of day. Can mark that as done, I guess. I can check for the presence of items. Is there something obvious I'm missing? Last person talked to. Last thing eaten. Last thing Drunken. I think that's enough. That's more than enough. But I have to track these things. Last person talked to, last monster killed. Actually, these are more fun because they directly reference the player conduct. This is pretty fun, but they should appear I mean, all messages right now appear up there, and maybe there should be multiple, like 3 of them. This may be better. Not quite sure. I'll take another short break and think of what can I move? Am I pressing the wrong buttons? Yes, I am. Okay. I'll be right back. So it could also make them depend on the active encounters, whatever that means. But let's first increase this message window. Random messages. If n equals 1. Holy bejesus, what is this? If n okay, it increases the message count. In a round-robin fashion, it copies the message and it sets a turn counter. So it gets inactive after 10 turns. But rendering, what is n? Oh, r, okay, that's just render 1 message. Okay, fun. So we render 3. And then maybe not when talking. We'll maybe remove them there. When looting, we also don't, well, when looting we need the messages. In the inventory, yes. Menu is more, okay. Fading out, we don't need, well, let's leave them in. Crafting, yes. Enchanting, yes. Reading, yes. Selling, yes. Buying, yes. Journal, yes. When using a lock, yes. Oh, I mean, we'll need them everywhere, I guess. Yes, okay. In the map, no, our stat, we'll have to move this down. Why does it start so high up? Okay, it's what is this madness here? Oh, okay. And where are the debuffs? Here. Why? Okay, so let's just increase this. Implicit declaration, that makes sense. And this is in monsters. And we have 3 messages. Okay. So So what do we say? I could create, well, I think that's the best. I could create a list of strings that I fill depending on context. So it might end up with 20 entries down here, and then I pick randomly from them. That's a bit more involved, but I think that's fine. So let's make this static. Char table. I give it let's say 20. 128 characters long. Table length. And then we say string copy if dx 10 maybe. Oh no randomness up here. If hero is on the overworld, then we may put let's just write the code. And table plus plus, and I think that's the sizes at the end. 28. Let's make that a pound define. And here the string. Let's make this a switch case. Case 2. 1 0. And well, let's keep it like this. Then I can also check the tile. And switch on it. Do I have a function for that? Theme at turn style height at weighing style blueprint block using block height map. That's not what I want. Turn chance ground. Nope. Return if returns 1 if tile matches a theme. That's closer. this is what I want. This is pretty heavy function. Come on. Why does it do this? Thank you. Put tile of, I mean, that's the only function. Let's look at the themes. Okay, there are at most 3 of them, and I should pawn define them if I intend to use them here. Well, I'm not sure if this is worth the effort right now. Let's not do this. In hiding, if hero entity hidden, if hero entity poison timer, if entity HP HPD greater than 1, time of day, that is, I think it's oh, that's just the amount of turns. And that's in the rendering light map, light value diffuse lighting here. Okay, turns 0 to 500 to okay, this is a sine function for day and night, but I want actual state. Okay, 500 turns is 1 day night cycle. What is day T? Number of turns in a day. So that's 2000. So the number of turns divided by 2000 times 2 times pi cosine times 0.5 plus 0.5. And that gives me 0 to 1, I guess. So everything below 0.5 is night. I think. Times 0.5 plus. Yes, that makes it 0 to 1. So do I put this, do I calculate this every turn and put it into the hero struct? I mean, it shouldn't live here in the... Well, actually, maybe it should. Well... where is the turn hero? If turn hero is 1, okay, then I can update the time of day here and make it oh, I'm sorry. Oh god. And make it a float on the hero struct, which would then have to be initialized, which is bad. So let's just turn this into a function. Not in the renderer, but... Well, I wish I had a hero file, but... Default interaction, okay. I mean, I can just put it here. That's fine. Let's call it... daytime returns 0 to 1 with night being less than 0.5. Wave. Daytime, night day. Okay, this lab function will remain here, and we'll use this day t, and that's it. And here we'll use this float. And return the cosine. Yes. Let's rename this core. Should maybe be named game, but never mind. Let's check if this explodes, which it will, because these things. Oh wow. Okay. No wonder this looked kind of strange. Okay. This unused variable t. Okay, still works, so I can test this here now. Move that up. Time of day if. Day time less than. Oh, it's getting late. Doing lots of. I'm having problems typing. Then this is night. And then simple else is day. And let's just add some simple prompts. Something clankers distance footsteps footsteps run along the ceiling, and the dungeon is water rushes nearby. So actually these could I have planned to give some guidance to the player by making the hero hear things or smell things. And actually these hallucinations could just be erroneous prompts, not prompts, but erroneous messages. Which would make much more sense. But I could also add additional misleading stuff or just flavor texts. That's probably also true. Exaggerations or something along those lines. Okay, let's just finish this function. If hiding in the thickets, something scratches your hair. Rustles your hair. In the night. Wolves howl. Do you write that this way? In the distance? Not sure. Day. Wolf. No. Dogs bark in distance. It's just so I have something here. Doesn't have to be great. Just trying to see if this works. And let's take these other ideas, put them up there. And these ones too. And then if the table is empty, we return. And if it's not empty, we enter the message from 0 to the size, and that's it. And I set it at, bring this all into accordance, hall, hallucination audio, and this was in the core file, I guess. Yes. Okay, and let's increase this, decrease this to maybe 5. And let's see if something happens. Dogs bark in the distance. Something clankers in the distance. Okay, I'm still weakened. Let's go inside and maybe we can... Footsteps run along the ceiling. Okay, this works. Dogs bark in the distance. That's... I mean, that makes sense. Okay, there should be some kind of test. I mean, being deep down in a cave and hearing dogs barking is probably right. If you're hallucinating. Okay. Let's check that in. That's a lot of stuff. And what I did was add toppling, add weakening poison, add hearing hallucinations. I mean, weakening nettles. That's what we did. Core deaf funk. I don't like that the music drops out, which should not be happening. But I guess I'll have to look at the concatenation again. Probably can be adjusted by the filter. You mean the FFmpeg filter? Yes, I mean I did something wrong, or maybe the original WAV files, are bad. That could also be the case. I didn't think so, but who knows? Who knows what I did? Struct tile, but okay, we make clean, RCS clean. Okay. Let me turn my storage thing on. And okay, no Firefox. But yeah, I'll figure it out with the FFmpeg. Oh yeah, I altered the push make script so it opens the website instead of my changelog file here, which is obsolete. So let's enter the to-dos in the website. Today is the 30th. I finished the dungeon and overworld. Connections. I mean overhaul or path preparations. I think that's correct. We added, or we worked a because it's not finished, but I worked on stream music and stream background music, added poison nettles feature, and added toppling of hero of toppling mechanic. I think that's all I did. Let me check real quick. Yeah, that's everything productive that happened today, at least. Okay. All right, I think that's it from me today. We added the first feature of the long feature list, which is amazing. It went kind of good. Not worse than expected. And there, of course, will be a lot of code consolidation when new things come in. So that's always part of the job, refactoring and throwing things out. But all in all, it went pretty well. It was a lot of work, actually. I'd always like to do more or be more productive, but it is what it is. And making a game like this is a marathon and not a sprint, so I think the progress is fine right now. So yeah. I won't be online tomorrow because it's New Year's Eve, but on the 1st I will be back. Yeah. And yeah, Happy New Year to you too. And I hope you have a party or something. I will spend it with friends. Yeah. Family in the evening, in the afternoon, and then I'll have a party with friends at a friend's house. You'll probably do the same. Yeah, do that. Yes, I mean, that's it for me. Yeah, I hope you have fun tomorrow, Andre. Thanks for stopping by, and Happy New Year's. And I'll see you next year. All right, then have a good time. See you then until next year. Bye.